Bruh, I can't even fucking get a free view tonight. Because my Wi-Fi is down. If I can connect to the Wi-Fi that's upstairs, maybe. But I'm relatively early for once. But I just came home from watching a film. But before we start talking about the film, look what I fucking got. Fucking finally, mate. It's been a bit since I told you guys I was gonna get my hands on these guys. And you know what? Apparently, I don't know how true this is. Yeah, I don't know how true this is, but apparently, it can fit perfectly on Steve Toy's head. So that'd be fucking hilarious. So yeah, well that shit is done. It's collected. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with them. Minecraft for Mac is two children's like two loves together. Gonna have to somehow log in and put all them into fucking some like my Minecraft account or something. I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how it's gonna work. What's my fucking wrist is killing me. Like genuinely, it's killing me. I'm hurting all day. But I was before we start talking about bringing it back. I started last night, but I was too tired from having only 5 hours of sleep the other night. I started the Continental because I need to watch it. I need to watch the final 2 episodes tonight. But I started it last night, and I was like, I'm too tired. As soon as the intro credits started rolling, the title sequence I should say, I was like, fuck it. I'm way too tired for this. Way too tired, so I just fell asleep. Fuck. But bring her back. I went to this film knowing the praise for it, and I wanted this film knowing it's by the dudes who did Talk to Me, which I have yet to see. I will watch that when the hypothetical sequel comes out. I may rewatch this film because I think a lot of the people who watch this film or watched Talk to Me, but I think I'm the outlier. I haven't seen Talk to Me, but this film, genuinely, you can legit maybe cut specific scenes out. You can legitimately make this entire film by yourself with a couple other people. That's how grounded it is, because it's set in this house. Genuinely, beginning to end, set in the house, and I don't know if that's what the Felipe brothers thing is. It's so simple. It's not grand in any sense. Some horror flicks be like, oh, let's go into town, do this, do that, and then the final act is in a completely different location you've never been to. This entire film is set in the house, basically. And it also depicts Australia in such a correct sense that when you're watching it as an Australian, I don't know if other people like this watching this film, but it's so true to the way we speak. Sure, maybe fuck, what's her name? Piper. Maybe what she says isn't what we tend to say, but the girls on the bus, a typical conversation. And it's so weird hearing a normal Aussie accent in a live action film and knowing it's pretty big internationally, because everyone has this, oh, this is a YouTuber film, And it's so weird because I might fucking see this actress any other way now, but the person who played like the antagonist in the film, fucking weird. Like, there's like specific scenes in it that make her character so much weirder than it needed to be. No, because the actress is Sally Hawkins, who I know from the Paddington films, which are beloved. You know, people say Paddington 2 is like the best film ever made or some shit. So if I ever rewatch Paddington, I'll be like, it's like it's some unease because the two characters are somewhat similar. You know, taking in like newly orphans and loving them, but once two different extremes essentially. Then again, Paddington is an entire family. But like there's like there's so many scenes in this film that make scenes that preceded it make way more sense. You know, there's this vital scene where when they get adopted and move in, there's this other kid there who get introduced to it as Oliver, him as Oliver, and it's the main, basically there's two main characters, but the main one is Andy. The other one is his stepsister, Piper. And Piper, she is blind, obviously. Actually blind. Like, this is her first time acting. You know, apparently her mom just saw a Facebook ad on Facebook. An ad on Facebook, and they needed a blind girl. Bang, she was in it. And she did really well for her first time acting. Damn. Fucking wrist. I do not know what happened. This is a bizarre feeling. It's like I slept on it weird. Hopefully it's better by tomorrow, but this is a fucking bizarre feeling. I didn't feel it throughout the film, but now it's back. I don't know why. Yeah, but we get, since, yeah, she's blind and the brother's not, obviously, he often describes things to her. So she was like, oh, what does he look like? No. He says, oh, he's smiling at you. And then cut to it being just stone cold. Just a child. That child actor did really fucking well. Genuinely. No, and what's weird is that his father IRL plays the father of the main characters, and he's dead when we see him. We see his fucking dick and everything. So and it's so weird. They're the only two monsters basically we see in the film, and they have the exact same design. And knowing their father and son is funny, but then Piper was like, describe it. Just describe him for me. And then the new mom, what's that fucking name? Laura. She says, oh, he has orange curly hair, and she winked at Andy, and we were just thinking, oh, he's playing up the fact for her, just for a fucking joke, I suppose. But then later on in the film, like much later, before a certain revelation, we see her watching a pool video with the family over at the pool that's in this house. Um, and then we hear the Laura, because Laura's recording it because her daughter was alive at that point. Kathy. It's such a weird name for a fucking kid, Kathy. It should, like, Laura should be the kid's name. Kathy should be the mother's name. Like, anyways, she said something, or Oliver, whatever. Then we saw this kid with like the longish orange hair, and like that's like a subtle hint that the kid isn't Oliver. But then we see when Andy like escapes, he's not really escapes. He drives on his own volition. I don't really understand how he can drive properly by himself. He's 17. That doesn't make sense. But he goes and waits for the adoption people, whatever, and he sits down and it says missing child, Connor Bird, and then we have a revelation ourselves that, oh, this is that kid, because the kid wrote the name Bird on a piece of paper, and like everyone's like, Bird? Does the kid want to eat a bird? No, that's his last name. So that was like a revelation, and like a bulk of the film, not bulk, a good chunk of the relationship between this Oliver kid and the main guy is like, and he's just trying to be nice to the kid, whatever, wants to feed him, wants to help him, whatever. And as a byproduct, Connor's spirit, with because he's possessed, essentially. Apparently he's possessed by the spirit of Kathy or some shit. Because apparently the mom's trying to transfer the spirit from the kid into Piper, so then she's resurrected in a different body. I'll get into something else, which still confuses me. I don't know if I watched it wrong. Anyways, but like, Connor's fighting to come back out, because we see that when they go outside the circle, they get all this burning sensation. How vampires get burned in the sun. That's what happens there. And after that, he says, "Help me," to Andy, and we're like, "Oh shit, he can actually speak now." And like that child actor, well done. Well fucking done. Because we're meant to believe he's just a creepy kid. No, he's a possessed child. His body's like gonna be scarred forever. I mean, the character at least. I do wonder if, because apparently it's teased in this film that it's set in the same universe as Talk to Me, so like I do wonder, are these two characters gonna be coming back in a sense? To try to, I don't know. Because the fucking mum killed herself at the end. Because she had a last second humane, like, I don't want to kill you type thing. Anyways, going back to the thing that confused me, is that when she was watching the home videos of how one resurrects someone into a different body, we saw someone getting resurrected. And I could have sworn the person that was getting resurrected with this body was Laura. It looked like Sally Hawkins, did it not? Was it her? So like that left me wondering, like, is she herself resurrected? When did this happen? I don't know. They need to fucking properly fucking, I don't know. But there's a fucking weird scene. So the first night he's there. Oh, well, for starters, if you supposedly knew this person, you worked with her for 20 odd years, and you knew that she had a daughter that was blind, why would you opt a newly now orphaned blind girl to go to this friend of yours? Because you should be able. Oh, you're trying to replace your daughter. That's not healthy. Like, your first fucking thought process should have been that. And not only that, she said, "Oh, I don't want the brother." Like, that's the major red flag there. Luckily she got away in the end. But okay, so first night he's there. He wakes up. Apparently, he pissed his pants. Which is all fine and dandy. It's like, oh, okay. But then what's even weirder was that what makes this scene even weirder when you look back on it is that when he goes back to sleep a different night and Laura's awake, she pulls out like this measuring cup thing and pieces in that. So that was an odd scene. But then everyone in the theater had this like, oh no, she's not, and she just poured it on fucking Andy. That's fucking horrific, and that wasn't not even needed. Genuinely not even needed. Maybe I don't understand how pissing yourself in your sleep equates to you being a competent enough guardian to your sibling. That didn't really make any sense to me, because Laura said like, I worry for his health or something. Like, how does that pissing in bed equate to mentally capable? Also, I don't. The scene where he saw his dead dad. Like, did she give him hallucinogens? Is that what happened? Is that why he can see his dad? And why did he say like she will die in the rain or some shit? Like, how did he know that? But then Andy got killed in a very, very inhumane way. Like, finally, the people start to see Laura as being a fucking weirdo, and her friend, like, realizes this. But she also fucking whacked Piper in the eye, like, very badly, and that was fucked right there. And then he finally opens the gate. We see Kathy's dead body in ice. That begs the question: where the fuck is every other adult, and how did they not know that Kathy was still there? Like, the family, you know, what happened to the dad? You know, what happened to all these people? It's not really explained. Not explained at all, actually. Or how she knows about that video and why she has it, or if she was a part of it. Like, it's really open-ended. We don't know. So we see that the boy, easily possessed, is eating the dead corpse. Then Andy finds it. Then this other person finds it. And they're like, run to the car. And, like, I knew something was going to happen here, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Fucking Laura comes out, somehow, full speed, immediately kills the friend. Because you can see her back break, essentially. Like, bang, like that. I don't really understand how the car got that fast, that quick. But, Andy got hit by it. I'm assuming he like broke a leg or an arm or whatever. But he was still breathing. He was still conscious. Then she comes out and just drowns him in the puddle. Because she had no inkling of love for him because he wasn't her daughter. So yeah, that character's story in this film is so fucking tragic. Like, everyone's not believing what the fuck is going on. And like, so like, manipulation to its finest, making everyone believe that he's abusing the sister and he's a troubled kid because he's, you know, and like every time some inkling of anger comes from him, initiated from her because, you know, she's doing dumb fucking shit towards him, she flinches, making him feel bad. Like, why do that? Yeah, I was kind of shocked that they killed him like that. Like, maybe it's a horror film, you kind of need to expect your main characters to die at some point, but like, this was his, like, we're watching the film from his experience essentially, and then our main character dies. It's like, and when the cops finally got there, we didn't actually see that they found him or the other chick. We just saw that after the bite chunk that Connor slash Oliver took out of her, she was like, fuck it. She just essentially, I think she ripped out like a fucking artery or some shit. Just ripped it out and be like, let me be with my daughter now or some shit. Had a very weird scene. Like, this was very peculiar because I hope this doesn't happen in real life. But they were at a funeral for the father. It was open casket. And of course Andy and Piper were there, but also the new adoptive mother. This Laura chick. No, why would they be there? There's no right for them to be there. Maybe for some sympathy or support or whatever, but like, you don't know this person that just died. You're not even there for the kids, you're just there. You don't need to be there. So that was just odd, but then not even that. Forcing him to do peculiar things onto the dad's body, like kiss him. It's custom. Then she was like, after he did it on the forehead, which is like, that's fine and dandy. You don't force someone into do that towards a dead family member. Like, that's fucked. But she said no on the lips, and like almost like pushing him down a bit. That was fucking odd. Then he fought back, said no. Then she did. It's like, that's fucking weird. You don't even know this person, and you just kiss the dead body. That's like necrophilia. That's fucking yuck. No, don't do that. No. Yeah, this is a highly disturbed individual. Like, if sure, you knew this person for 20 years. That doesn't give either you the right to be like, oh, these kids are going to this person. No, you have to do the paperwork. Like, fundamentally, need to find a suitable family that's not mentally unwell. You know, like, if that friend went to this chick's house just once, she would have found multiple locked rooms that had a child inside. Like, I do kind of wish that Laura didn't die. She didn't deserve to die, and like, you need to understand that you did something fucking horrendous. And with no pure intention at that, you kidnapped a child, for starters. Somehow did some ritualistic shit to make him possessed by your daughter's spirit for some reason. Don't even know if it's your daughter's spirit. It's like, I don't know how it's related to that. And then not only that, you fucking essentially mentally abuse a kid, making it like, that's just fucked. Like, she did not deserve to die in that humane type way. And something something I want to quickly talk about is that we don't actually know how the fuck the father died. From our perspective, he just fell in the shower, but like, how does one fall out of the shower when it's still running? That doesn't really make any sense. And we didn't see a broken neck or anything. We saw some blood, but part of me was kind of, it would have been like, oh, I saw that coming, but like, it could have been a relatively cool twist that Laura somehow found out about this girl and somehow killed the father by messing with something, putting grease on the floor or some shit. Like, it would have been a very peculiar twist, like, you're always going to be here. Like, that would have been fucked, if they did that. But something I just realized, I think I realized it when it happened. He fell outside of the shower. I think that was meant to be. Andy was meant to fall outside of the shower. It was meant to be like, oh, a similar way. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he just banged his head or broke something. But when Piper was running away, she fell over in the rain and like fell the exact same way Andy did. So like, some weird symbolic connection there, but. Andy did not. I don't understand it's a horror film, and like, horror films don't necessarily have happy endings. This one kind of did. Andy did not deserve to die. Genuinely. That character should have, like, survived to tell everyone what the fuck just happened. And it happened within like a week. A week. That's fucked. Also, you adopted a child and make them get drunk? That's fucked. Even he's a minor, but that's fucked. Anyways, let's bring it back. It was a good fucking film, but like, holy shit. That fucking character, like, nah. That red flag number one is adopting a child that has a similarity between your now deceased daughter. Like, that should have been seen coming a mile away that you're trying to replace her. Yeah, also, yeah, what happened to Piper's mum? That's not really touched up on. What happened to Piper's dad? What happened to Andy's mum? Like, are they dead? What? We don't know. We don't know. There's a lot of things that left out, and that should have been at least a sentence. But yeah, that just creeped me the fuck out. Alright, let me watch Charlie's video on it now. Then we'll do some expedition. And I think I need to hop off within 2 hours because I need to watch the 2 next episodes of the Continental. I would, if it was any other night of the week, I would only do one, because, you know, I only like watching one episode, and these episodes are so fucking long, you know? Ugh. I do wonder, is it gonna be on the video I left on? I really don't understand why he's on my recommended.
I watched you on TV back in 2002, dancing along intently, watching every move. The music hit and got in deep, set in its roots.
Arms wide open. It's like so modern but so old at the same time. Knowing this only happened like in 2013 is so weird to think about. I want to watch this. I want to watch Megan T. Bono, but like, a line in the trailer I think is just so cringy for the sake of it to be cringy. It's like, hold on to your vaginas. Like, that's like, ew. Also, she's a robot. She wouldn't have genitalia. It's so weird that you know it's just not a voice he's put on, but like, that's how he sounds. With arms wide open. Like, how is that not a voice he's putting on?
It's gonna change. I close my eyes, begin to pray, then tears of joy stream down my face. We're lungs wide open.
Oh, he changed. He did. He changed it. Open.
Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. We're lungs wide open.
There's some famous people being suddenly accused of touching some girl's knee, and suddenly they're being dropped from their program or something. Garrison Keillor, I don't know if you know who he is.
Radio sort of star, yeah.
Extraordinary writer. He was listening to a sad story from a female friend of his, and at the end of this, he put his hand to her back like this to,
Yeah,
you know.
console.
And she had a blouse on, and it was her bare back. And he immediately took his hand away and apologized. And she said, don't worry about it, forget about it. Anyway, they went their separate ways. He emailed her because he was concerned.
Yes.
Apparently he has a thing about physical touching.
Right.
Anyway,
Right.
months later, he gets a call from a lawyer, or his radio station does, in Minnesota, public radio, saying he inappropriately touched this lady. And he was dropped like that. Because when you're doing a play and you're with your family, other actors, you do silly things. And it becomes kind of superstitious. If you don't do it every night, you think it's going to jinx the show. It's childhood. There's some famous
game I really enjoyed called Days Gone. One of my biggest problems with it that I talk about all the time is that the hook was too late in the game. That's a perfect example of putting your hook early in your game. Like that. That's what I meant. That's what I was wanting Days Gone to do. That. Like put the hook at the right there. Boom. So it's like you're invested. How is that a hook? That's a hook because A, it shows you that they're going to be showing some brilliantly directed and beautiful stuff in the game. It's interesting. It immediately gives you a sense of, oh, I want to solve this. You're immediately interested by seeing the painter. You're immediately interested in what an expedition is and wanting to go on it. Like, it's a game I really enjoy.
If you're one of those gamers that don't like story, don't play a story-based game. You know, like, oh, I hate God of War because I don't want to watch a movie if I play a game. Like, don't fucking play this game then. Like, I don't understand. Just play a game that's just designed to just be gameplay with a story. Look at any Rivals game. Look at Call of Duty. Look at Fortnite. They're just games for games. No substance behind it.
So what's your take?
We should normalize comfortable silences and eye contact while we engage in these comfortable silences.
100% disagree.
Really?
I'm so sorry. The pauses that you were taking in between those words were making me uncomfortable.
It bummed you out. You were like, what's happening?
Yeah, I was like, where's this guy going with this?
Where's it going? Have you tried it? Have you tried to just comfortably, like, look at both of this? Like, let me see your eyes.
Okay.
It's beautiful. You
Thank
got
you.
beautiful eyes.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
not ashamed to say that. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
wonderful.
ashamed to accept it.
Let's
You want me to
give it a
keep
go.
him off the whole time?
Keep him off.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll keep him off the whole time.
So we're going to engage in a comfortable silence.
Okay.
All right? No, eye contact, too.
Jeez.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't want to do it anymore.
See,
How long do we have to do
I
it
was
for?
shooting like love beams just now.
Oh, that's
I
what
thought
we're
there
doing.
was a-
Yeah, nah, it makes me too uncomfortable.
Check this out. 3 of spades.
This should be a new character for
God
you.
dang it.
Failed magician.
Let's see if I can get one of these. Okay. 9 of diamonds.
You're still off.
4 of spades. Okay.
Let me see.
You do it. You just looked at it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna
That's-
do one.
You're gonna have to guess.
I'm guessing that one?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you a little hint.
What? Oh, we're doing that thing. We're doing the challenge pit thing where you'd kind of act out the thing. Oh, okay. I think it's maybe a queen of spades.
Oh, you fucking
not a queen?
dumbass.
Oh, a king, a jack,
Oh, no.
an ace.
It's the diamond.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6.
It's the diamond, Shane.
It's a 4 of diamonds. That was a kid.
That
and
is
he was
not
royal.
a 4 of diamonds. That was so bad,
Okay.
dude.
Ready for
That
this
was
one?
so bad. What? Okay.
See what this is?
Yeah, we see it. Can you guess it?
It is.
For our audio listeners, just you also guess
That's why
along.
I stopped.
It's
Yeah.
5 hearts.
You got it. Check this out.
Yeah, I saw that too. I thought it was, yeah, Queen of Diamonds.
Check this out. See the shirt, right? And you see what Laura said. He read the shirt. He clearly knows that this guy, who's, mind you, front row, you know how much money it costs to be where he is? A lot of money. He's going there with a t-shirt that's very disrespectful, as you could read this list right here. Check this out.
Double bases up. Thing is, there's two types of people who absolutely love Lars and not understand that this is a joke. Because the biggest haters of Lars are people who listen to Metallica. That's cringe.
Thunderbolts is a top 10 MCU film. Alright, let's see. So I went on Letterboxd and just found someone's random list of their top MCU movies, and this is the most liked one, and they themselves include Thunderbolts on this list. And I actually have to disagree here with its placement. Because Thunderbolts is not better than Civil War, it's not better than Endgame, Winter Soldier, Infinity War, Guardians 3, Guardians 1, Avengers, Iron Man, but I think it's actually better than Ragnarok in my opinion. I think Thunderbolts is a top 9 MCU movie, especially if you look at the rest of the competition. But the point is that, yes, I think Thunderbolts is a top 10.
Thunderbolts is not better than Devil Wolverine. It's not better than No Way Home. People are glazing it too much. Don't call the film fucking The New Avengers. Pisses me the fuck off. It's not a top 10 MC. It's up there, but it's not a top 10. Genuinely, there's too many good Marvel films.
Dude, this year's going to be tough for Game of the Year. There's been some phenomenal games this year. Like Blueprints. I've never played a game like Blueprints. KCD2, one of the best immersive sandboxes we've seen. This game, absolutely incredible. I didn't even play Split Fiction. Split Fiction is a lot of people's game of the year. Ghost of Yotai, that one's looking awesome. We got Death Stranding 2. We've got Doom, the new Doom. God, can you imagine if this new Doom coming out turns out to be like one of the best of the franchise? People are loving Arc Raiders. Kazan was awesome. It just, dude, this year's gonna...
Doom is not going to win any awards. Like, Doom is genuinely not going to win any awards. I can assure you that. It's a fall off in music. It's a fall off in, I think, gameplay wise. It's fun, but it's just fundamentally. All right. Let's watch Charlie's review of this. Then I will take and hop off. I need to take off my socks. Something happened to my feet. I hate it.
If you have natural gas at your home, it's important to use it safely. If you smell a strong sulfur...
Have you heard about this hustle?
Oh. I hate AI as much as the next person, but whenever I see some of these quick vlogs, I can't help but laugh. It's really fucking funny.
There's no shortage of YouTubers that try
Okay,
and transition from making YouTube videos into movies. A lot of channels have tried to take that plunge before, but almost every single time it crashes and burns and is always just a fruitless endeavor that is only good for pointing and laughing and shooting spitballs. But there is one channel that has done it extraordinarily well. Raka Raka. Danny and Michael Filippo. I hope I didn't butcher their last name. I'm never entirely sure how to say their last name. they made a horror movie called Talk to Me, which I think is an absolute slapper of a film. And now they've just released their second horror film, their second A24 horror flick, Bring Her Back, which I actually think is even better than Talk to Me. It's a very different film. It doesn't try and do the same things. It is still a horror film, but it's more akin to something like Hereditary, and I think a lot of people are going to be making that comparison with this film. And as all of you know, Hereditary is like my favorite horror movie. I think that is a masterpiece, all the way up until like the last 10 minutes where I think it kind of eats some major ass. It just goes into like really big horror cliches, which a lot of people really don't like my take on. That's a bit of a spicy take for me, but I just really don't like the last 10 minutes. It falls into just like a Blumhouse schlock fest at the end, even though I like the reason it happens, and I also like the actual final like last couple scenes. But where they just go through like the haunted house of like banging head on wall, naked dude with winky out, fucking wiener hanging. Like, I think that was a little lame. But I still think Hereditary is one of the best horror films in general. And Bring Her Back, feels a lot like Hereditary did, where it's not trying to like jump scare you and get you with like a boo, you've been startled, get spooked, loser. It's going for like a very slow, constant anxiety building, tension, like unnerving, disturbing experience. It does it, I think, really, really well. It's a movie mainly focused on grief and coping with the loss of a loved one. I think it's actually like a really thought-provoking film, which I didn't expect at all going into this. Talk to Me I thought was a really good movie, but it's pretty simple. They have a haunted hand, basically, that they can dap up and take a addicting journey into the spirit realm and get possessed for a little while and then snap right back into it until something goes awry. This, though, was very, very different. And I really appreciate that they didn't just try and do the same thing again. You know, that was so good, I'll just try it a second time type deal. So to break it down, Bring Her Back is about a brother and sister who just lost their father in a very traumatic way. The sister is visually impaired. She can see shapes and lights, but not much beyond that. And they are now put in foster care of a woman who had a daughter that she recently lost. And she also has another kid staying with her in the foster program. And things are a little off about this woman, Laura. She's really sweet, like really nice, but in a way that's off-putting. The acting in this movie I actually thought was phenomenal. So when you have a character like Laura who's like really bubbly and like, oh, you got a boo-boo, do you need me to kiss it? I'll do anything to make anyone happy. Like, it's supposed, like, everything she's saying is really nice and...
See what I mean? How, like, similar it is to Paddington? Genuinely, like...
caring, but you can tell there's something very sinister about her. And as it continues to progress, she's very manipulative. So Laura... Hello, Io. I know. It was a good movie, wasn't it? You didn't get to see it.
Speaking of the cats, what happened to the cat? We didn't see the cat return at all, right? We saw fucking Piper try to find her, but I don't think we saw the cat at all. Did we? Maybe I just forgot it.
I'm sure you can feel my excitement for the film. Point is, the acting is great and it helps you get invested in the characters. Like, that's what I'm getting at here, but I want to get into it more, like, deeper into the spaghetti and meatballs. So, spoiler warning here. I've been really enjoying doing these reviews while talking about spoilers, just fucking freeing the nipple and letting all the thoughts out here. So, Laura, I think, is a character. She's obviously the villain, but it's a villain that you can really kind of almost understand to a certain degree. She's lost her daughter. That is one of the worst things that can happen to a parent. And she will do anything for the chance to see her daughter again. What parent wouldn't? And she's stumbled across these videotapes that have some kind of satanic ritual that can transfer the soul of like a demon, or a demon can transfer the soul of a lost loved one into another body. So she's watching these tapes and learning how the process goes, which is why she has the other child there, Ollie. He's not part of the foster program, or at least he's not supposed to be, and she's putting the demon inside of his body so that way he can take her daughter's soul and put it inside the body of the sister. Her name is Piper. It's a plot line that we've seen explored before. Like, I have seen horror movies with a similar concept, but not executed this well. Because this film does what those fail to do. It actually makes you care a lot and has a lot to say about grief in general. Plus, it's shot really well, so there's some very creative scenes here and some really good gore and grossness to it that makes it just feel kind of like almost like squeamish at times, especially with Ollie. Like, there's a scene where Ollie's like biting on a knife and his skin is tearing as the brother Andy is watching, horrified, wondering what the fuck is going on with this kid. And it presents to you a good mystery. Though I think most people from the title of the film and immediately upon seeing these tapes will connect the dots of what the mother Laura is trying to do here. It doesn't matter, because that's not the actual like big discovery of the mystery per se. I think it's pretty obvious from the jump once that's established, which is early on. It's a matter of how do we stop it. She's really good at gaslighting, manipulating Piper and Andy and putting them against each other, where she starts to like frame Andy for like abusing her and kind of separates the two of them, so it puts this barrier up, so it makes it hard for Andy, who starts to get the sense that something's wrong after seeing everything Ollie's doing. Like, it is just done so well. And it's not a film that's like super slow with like glacial pacing where it feels like nothing's happening except for like trauma dumping back and forth or anything. The film is constantly moving and it's showing you disturbing imagery and disturbing scenes. Like I mentioned, Ollie with the knife, or another scene where Ollie's getting like more and more swollen, like he's starting to like fucking puff up, like he's about to explode like an Elden Ring enemy any moment now. And then he gets like really hungry, just gluttonous, so he starts like eating his own flesh, like tearing it from the bone. He starts like eating the wood countertop, and I think it was pretty great. There were a couple people in the theater I heard audibly go like, "Ooh," during a couple of those scenes. So it's definitely eliciting the response the directors wanted here. I really think another thing that helped them a lot when it comes to those scenes is how they're filmed. Like, it's just so meticulous, and it like they linger on it, just letting it like marinate, letting you stew on what you're seeing and just how like gross and uncomfortable it is. I just really think this movie is like a full-blown banger. I was very impressed with this movie. I also think there's a lot to like chew on here, not even making like a joke calling back to like the countertop scene. I mean, like, there is really like a lot in this that isn't just spoon-fed to you, even though you know Laura's intention. She's studied these tapes and she is now trying to put into practice this ritual of transferring a soul into another body so she can be reunited with her daughter that was gone too soon from her. There's a lot that happens that...
If you love sport, then you'll love this better market. For State of Origin Game 2, get $4.50 for either Nathan Cleary or Cam Munster to win Man of the Match. That's better.
What's gambling really costing you?
There's like breadcrumbs that you can start to piece together other things. For example, was Andy being drugged by Laura? We see like this creatine, she pours it out towards the end of the film when she's told, or when she finds out a social worker is about to visit, and we have seen Andy like passing out and like drooling all over himself in his sleep, and he's like wetting the bed and stuff like that. And you can write that off as like maybe trauma from seeing his father pass away in such a horrifying fashion. But then when you see that quick, literally like 2-second like blurb of her pouring out creatine when trying to clean up the place for the...
I didn't see that.
the social worker, you start to ask, why would she do that? Well, maybe she drugged him. Like, there's just so much like that in this film. And it doesn't follow the path that you think it's going to follow. Like, I just think it's such a good movie. I was very impressed. I don't think it's perfect, though. And here I want to get into my biggest complaint. And unfortunately, just like Hereditary, it's a bit of the ending. At the end of the film, I do find that it was a bit underwhelming how, after everything Laura has done for this ritual, she eventually just decides she can't go through with it. Now, I think it's great that Piper herself like fought back and was like actively defying Laura and trying to save herself, but ultimately what happens is Laura just can't do it because she's supposed to mimic the death of how her daughter passed, which was drowning. So she is trying to...
That doesn't make sense though, because the daughter we seen was bleeding, so there's like she had some wound beforehand for her to die in the pool.
Drown Piper, and then after getting scratched, she just can't do it anymore. It's too much for her. After she's already killed a bunch of people and done unforgivable things, she now at the very end backs out of it. And then Piper escapes, and then the ritual is kaput, the demon gets expelled, that kind of thing. I still think it's a nice conclusion. I think it's a great ending, but I couldn't help but feel a little underwhelmed to watch her just decide, all right, we're pumping the brakes, we're done. Like, it makes sense. The reason she did that makes total sense, because she watched her daughter drown, and now she is actively drowning this girl that reminds her of her daughter. So it's a very hard thing for her to do, and you can see her struggling with that as she's doing it, but she's still, like, committed to doing it, and she has still done all of this planning for so long to do it, killed so many people for it, and then at the very end not going through with it. It just feels like, I don't know, I would have liked, Piper to overcome this obstacle and defeat Laura, or some kind of, like, karmic justice for Laura, which I thought they were kind of building to when it came to what happened with Andy, but I don't know, I just couldn't help but feel like that wasn't amazing there, but everything else around it was. So it's not like a massive complaint, and by no means does it ruin the movie or even take away from the film. It's just my only, like, criticism of it. But yeah, I think Bring Her Back is an absolute must-watch for horror fans. I would comfortably put this up here with something like a Hereditary. I did really like it a lot. I don't think it's as good as Hereditary, but I think it's definitely in a conversation with it, at least for my personal, horror movie top films of the modern age. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't particularly watch horror films myself, because it's just not my cup of tea. But I enjoyed it, and it didn't really feel like, because when people think horror, they think scary. It wasn't a scary movie. It was just, I understand why because there were horror elements to it, like body, like gore and shit. But other than that, like, essentially, you can call this like a drama, as opposed to a horror film, which makes way more sense. I don't think that was Piper saying mum, because I think that was just her imagining it. Yeah, but because she was underwater. She could not. It wasn't her. It was Kathy saying mum. Yeah, but it's not Piper's voice. You can tell it's not Piper's voice. Imagine if they make a film about Ronald McDonald. That'd be insane. Heck, why? Like, she was disassociating. Surely she was, because it did not sound like it was her. Maybe I'm misremembering, but like I could have sworn she was like had this weird dissociation type thing. Like how when just beforehand, somehow Piper was hearing Andy call out to her but it wasn't Andy, it was the Oliver kid. I was wondering where the fuck the cat went. I genuinely don't think it was Piper. It didn't sound like Piper's voice. Why is everyone saying that it was her? I don't think it was her.
Every single time it crashes and burns and is always just a fruitless endeavor that is only good for pointing and laughing and shooting spit. Have tried to take that plunge before, but almost every single time it crashes and burns and is always just a fruitless endeavor that is only good for pointing and laughing and shooting spitballs. But
alright, now let's
I still can't believe the hogwash I just watched. I thought The Weeknd would never have something.
Oh, that film. Alright, let's just watch Critical's John Wick reviews quickly, then I'll play a couple hours of the show, the expedition. I like how when you search this name, he comes up, and that's not his name. People still call him Moist Critical. That's not true. Did he upload the exact same video twice? Clearly they haven't seen fucking Kill Bill.
You think John Wick 5 will be bomb or will be bomb or will bomb? I think it'll be bad. I love John Wick. I really like everything in John Wick so far. But I think there is only so long you can ride the same horse before it just gets tiresome. I think it's going to start doing a Fast and Furious where it just really jumps the shark. And I think it's getting dangerously close. So I do think John Wick 5 will be bad. Fast and Furious movies were never good though. Totally disagree. 1, 2, and 3 I really liked. I thought they were quality. Granted, I saw them when I was a kid, but
Really?
I'm sure they're still...
I'm surprised that people... Because when you think Fast and Furious, sure you think about racing, but like 5, 6, and 7 are like the best films. Just beginning to end best films.
Actually good. You think John Wick...
Did he do a 2? Did he... Did he... No. Let's see his Parabellum, because I like Parabellum. I think Parabellum's the best out of the first 3. If I'm gruesome-wise. Alright, let's quickly watch this.
AGL Stack and
Then I'll
Save
play.
is a smarter way to save. Stack your internet with AGL Energy
From
and
fact, I don't
unlock
think I've
guaranteed
checked it.
monthly
Oh, yeah.
savings on your internet. Switch to AGL and see how much you could save.
Initiating moisture.
John Wick Chapter 3 is an absolute fucking masterpiece of action. It's probably, in fact, it is my favorite action movie of all time now, which is no easy title to have taken with The Raid and Dread, but it beats both of those movies. And by the way, some of the Raid actors are actually in this movie. Just letting you know that the directors are aware of how much action fans love The Raid, and they took those actors and put them in a movie that's even better than The Raid. It's incredible. Also, if you haven't seen The Raid, highly recommend it. The movie in the action department is some of the most fun I've ever had in a movie theater. The entire crowd was getting involved and laughing with some of the action. And I say laughing with because this movie is very self-aware at some of the goofiness of its action. It fully embraces that to give you the most enjoyable deaths and the most creative action sequences of all time on the big screen. And the setting is constantly changing. It's not just gunfights in a back alley or a warehouse. It's fights in a barn. John Wick gets 3 kills using a horse to kick people's skulls off. Everything in this universe is a weapon for John Wick. I'm surprised he doesn't start using fleshlights for weapons like I do. In fact, if you're watching this, Keanu, or director of the John Wick series, please let me come aboard and I'll give you some fleshlight action sequences for Mr. Wick to use in the next movie. It's just so good. And it even reminds me of Jackie Chan a little bit, how Jackie would blend fighting and comedy into one and make a really unique comedic moment. John Wick does the same thing, where it uses its action and uses comedy at the same time at points and delivers some really fucking gut-busting moments. It's a lot of fun, and you're not laughing at those moments, you're laughing with them. It's very clear that they're using that fight for a joke, and it works 100% of the time. The comedy, even when it's not the physical stuff, the comedy in the movie is well executed. Some jokes don't really land and are pretty just flat, but for the most part the comedy works because the characters are so nice, and just every time they try and tell a joke with fighting and stuff, I think it worked every time. Because a lot of movies don't do that anymore. You'll have just really serious, dark, and gritty shit, and John Wick has some real gory, fun shit, but it's not afraid to also have some really goofy Looney Tunes fucking shit happen when a fight breaks out as well. It's a lot of fun. The fighting is genuinely second to none. The action is unmatched. It has no equal in the medium. The story is also, it's good, it's serviceable, there's nothing riveting about the story, but John Wick takes place in a really interesting universe, so the story doesn't have to be great as long as it can just take you on a little fucking amusement park ride through its universe, which it does. It has you going all over the world, meeting some really cool characters, but overall the story's not that great. The story's a bit goofy, but the story's just there to give John Wick more targets to blast the ass of, so in my book that's fine. I also have a huge pet peeve that this movie has triggered me on. I hate in movies where the bad guy has a gun and he charges at the protagonist up in melee range, like fucking trying to jam the gun in their urethra, just right up in their face, waving the gun without shooting, so then the protagonist has a chance to, you know, kung fu the gun out of their hand. That happens a few times in this movie, but for the most part, they stay away from that trope. But man, when that happens, nothing makes my dick softer. I can't stand that shit. Charging the main guy with a shotgun that you had locked on him in the background for 3 or 4 seconds just to go poke him in the ass cheeks with it and then get outmaneuvered. I can't stand that. That's just a big pet peeve of mine, and it does happen. This movie falls victim to it there. But that's the only thing I can criticize about its action. So let's go ahead and plug this shit into the moist meter. John Wick Chapter 3 is getting a 95%. I highly recommend everyone go see this movie. If you haven't watched the other 2 movies, you don't really need to, I guess, to see this one. Though you would be doing yourself a big favor to watch the previous 2 because they are also very, very, very good. And this movie plays a lot into some references to the previous movies, as well as continuing the storyline. But again, like, the story's not the biggest part of this movie. It's mainly about just seeing some fucking nut-busting action, and it delivers 100%. An incredible movie. Fucking loved it. Fantastic. See ya.
And there is only one.
For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot of people overlook, and it's the importance of stuntmen. Their work is some of the most important in all of movies in general, and I always have such a deep appreciation for the art. Especially growing up on things like Jackie Chan movies, I've always paid very close attention to stunt work. And today I saw a video on Twitter that really just inspired me, tickled my Elmo, and made me want to just talk about this because this stunt guy is a goddamn hero, and he may very well be immortal.
3, 2, 1, action!
What matters to you? Political shake-ups or celebrity breakups?
For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot. When I first watched this, I thought they just tossed a doll down the stairs like a dummy in order to make it look like someone got thrown down the stairs. Until the very end, I realized, holy shit, that's a living, breathing human being there that just got thrown down the escalator. The dude got fucking potato sacked, thrown out like a trash bag, a slinky going down the escalator here. So then I watched it back and I was like, okay, maybe he's in like some kind of full body suit of medieval armor to help with the impact here. Kind of like that guy who built the anti-grizzly bear suit, and he used to like get hit by trucks and shit to prove how strong it was. But then I realized he's not doing that either. He does have some kind of like padding on himself, but it's kind of light. He looks like one of Shredder's ninjas from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So while there is padding there, it's not like he's in some kind of jug.
Oh, it is moving. I thought it wasn't.
My life is a never-ending loop of wiping things and questioning my choices. If only there was some kind of...
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Oh, my wrist is killing me.
John Wick is more than just an outstanding franchise. It's a nearly perfect franchise. Not only does it not have a bad movie, it doesn't even have a bad moment in any of the movies. At least nothing that I can think of at the top of my head. Even John Wick's skin in Fortnite is the best skin in that game. Everything from John Wick, the universe, and everything around it is just high quality. It just oozes beauty. And I am happy to say John Wick 4 is the best one in the entire franchise. This movie is unreal. It puts the fill in film, because I was filling my fucking pants watching this one. This one was incredible. Everything you have come to expect from John Wick is not only present, but it's done even better in this film. Somehow they just progressively get better. Usually most films immediately fall off going into the sequel. Somehow John Wick as a franchise just gets better and better and better. Like, it's evolving. Everything you have heard about John Wick 4 is not only accurate, it's underselling it. There is not a moment in this movie where I wasn't having fun. Now, of course, you're going to have to suspend disbelief, and I already can see a couple people whining about it, like, why did John Wick activate infinite ammo glitch during the motorcycle chase scene? And it's like, okay, yeah, so what, he shot 50 bullets from the single mag in that pistol. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? It's still really cool. And it is realistic for the most part when it comes to a lot of its action, like the way the fights play out. It's not like John Wick is just like this immortal, invincible killing machine. He is damn near immortal, but he's not invincible. In fact, even when fighting just common grunts like Old Pop Wiggleberry, who picked up his blunderbuss and charges him for the bounty, like, he'll get damage from that. Like, he fights hordes and hordes of bad guys, and all of them get their licks in. And he feels it, and you can see it on him. He wears and tears, he's not in his prime, but he is still an absolute killing machine. This film never lets off the gas for even a millisecond. Anytime John Wick steps outside, if he found like $1 on the ground and he goes to collect it, he's immediately ambushed by 50 assassins and he has to murder all of them. And it is always creative how he does it. It is so satisfying watching John Wick beat ass. But not only is it satisfying to watch him beat ass, they introduce 2 new characters that are equally fun to watch. Donnie Yen is in this film. He plays Kane, and Donnie Yen is one of my favorite action actors. I've actually followed his career ever since Shanghai Nights. I was blown away by his performance in that film as a kid, so I followed pretty much most of his movies.
That came out in 2011. How old would he have been in 2011 then? Because in 2011, I would have been 9. He said he's 30. Isn't Shanghai Nights the sequel? Was the first one Shanghai Dawn or some shit?
Killed it as Ip Man, but has been kind of highly underrated in like the Western spotlight, I would argue. But he is always a joy to watch, and he shines in this film. He plays a blind assassin who's friends with John Wick, and he is so fucking good here. And the two of them, you know, they banter a bit, I guess as much as John Wick's character allows him to, because John Wick doesn't say much. He's a man of few words, more of just a man of focus and raw ass. So, you know, Donnie Yen will be cracking some jokes at him, and, you know, John Wick will go,
What matters to you? Political shake-ups or celebrity breakups?
yeah, no. And it's pretty cool. Like, I mean, like, it's just fun. I don't know, it's cool. And there's also another new character they introduced called Mr. Nobody, and he has a dog that's with him, and that's kind of his shtick. He's great at tracking down John, and his dog kills people. He's also an expert at hand-to-hand combat and shooting and killing. Like, there is no bad characters in this film, because all of them are really fun to watch. The choreography here is the best in all of cinema. John Wick has the best stunt team, the best choreographers when it comes to its action, and the best way of filming it. Towards the end of this movie, there is probably one of my top 10 favorite action sequences I've ever watched. I don't want to spoil it, but it's this sequence of John Wick when he's getting attacked from all angles in this building, and they bring the camera up. So now you have this top-down view that almost looks straight out of a video game of John Wick going room to room, clearing it with a dragon's breath fucking shotgun. So he's going through, killing people with this dragon's breath shotgun. They're getting lit on fire. He's fucking triple tapping them, like absolutely blowing them to pieces. And he's still...
Whilst how cool that scene is, it, like, you don't know what to watch. 'Cause too many things are happening, and that's the only downside of it. That too many things are happening. Like, sometimes you forget which one John actually is, because there's no clear indication, because he's just wearing black.
You know, beating their ass with the hand-to-hand combat, like throwing them around, getting them in an armbar, breaking their arm off, shooting them with the dragon's breath. It's so cool. And this camera follows it around top-down through like 6 different rooms like that. And it is so good. It is so creative with how it films its action, and it is never disorienting. With how much action goes on in these films, you would think at some point they'd get like shaky cam and be hard to make out what's going on. Never the case in this franchise. And in John Wick 4, it's the best it's ever been. I cannot praise this movie enough. Now let's talk about the narrative. I love the universe of John Wick. I love the table hunting John down. John has broken all the rules. He's, you know, coming for scalps now. The Continental, the way the whole world is set up to allow all of these assassins to exist in it and make it feel like believable and alive, I think is done really well. This film has a pretty strong narrative, not so much like with the craziness or like the depth of it, but in the way that it acts as a vehicle to get you to interesting locations for interesting, fun fights with great set pieces and incredible moments. The characters I do think are strong, though. I still think Winston is a great character. I think he's really fun to watch. I love his lines as well. They do introduce a new villain here, whom I like, but is never really like scary or intimidating because he kind of just delegates everything to other people to do it for him. So he never really has a ton of moments where it's like, whoa, shit, you know, this guy's a fucking menace or anything. It's just, oh, this guy's got a lot of money, so he's paying people to do all of his work for him. Kind of a bitch, right? But I don't think he's bad by any means, and he has cool lines. I still like how he called John Wick a ghost looking for his graveyard. I don't know why, but that one just kind of stuck out to me. It's like, oh, that was kind of badass. That's like the only time he says anything super badass. Other than that, it's usually him just like, hey, you go kill Wick for me. And that's the extent of his like presence. So he never really comes across as like this, you know, ass-beating machine on the same level as the rest of the cast, but I don't think he was supposed to either. Overall, though, I do like the narrative. I thought it was pretty strong. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is, this is a bit of a nitpick, but it is something I do want to call attention to. There is a couple moments in this film where like, even when suspending disbelief, you have to be like, huh, what the fuck? Why is that the case? This isn't a spoiler either. So, like, for example, they're fighting in this club, and John Wick is full on shooting people in the face. Like, he grabs someone's head, he fucking puts the gun underneath their mouth and blows their fucking brains out on the dance floor. And people take notice. Like, you can see the people around him watching. He's stabbing people with hatchets. He's shooting people in front of them. And the people are not only watching, they just keep dancing as all of this is happening. And the music is playing. It's a really cool scene, but it's like, huh, these are just normal people. They've established that this is like kind of a normal club. All of those like random civilians aren't assassins, and yet they're just watching people get brutally murdered in front of them, and they continue to fucking whip and nay out there on the dance floor. So it's one of the things that like, oh, that's kind of weird. Why wouldn't they like run away? And then eventually they do run away, but for no reason almost. John Wick has killed 30 different dudes on the dance floor in front of all these people. They've even formed like this high school fight circle around it, watching John Wick kill some of these guys. And they're still just celebrating it and dancing. And then towards the end, they run away because John Wick kills someone a little too brutally. And they're like, oh shit. Oh, now it's serious. And that happens again towards the end of the film where they're fighting on a crowded street. And there's just a full-blown shootout, fully automatic rifles going crazy. Cars getting blasted as they're going by, people getting thrown into cars as they're getting blasted, or as they're getting, you know, driving by. It's just pandemonium. And it goes on for like fucking 20 minutes of people just getting hit by cars that keep coming through, or shooting through cars, using car doors, using cars as weapons. But these are normal civilians driving the cars. They're just on a public road. You would think when the shooting started, people would stop going through that intersection that this fight is happening at. You would think the cars would be like, oh fuck, and then swerve the other way instead of just keep like going straight into the gunfire. Because again, they are normal people, and there's people just getting thrown through the windshield of these vehicles, and then still other cars are just.
Man, you can even invest in shares with zero commission.
You know, come strolling right on through, just zooming by. So it's just one of those things where it's like, huh, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they stay there? Why would they do that? Not that it's a big deal. It is just a nitpick. I wanted to point that out because it was very silly, and I think it was supposed to be silly. Like I think it was very self-aware with it, but it's something I would like to call attention to. It's not like a big complaint by any means, but I do have one actual complaint. I do have a complaint, and I can't get into the specifics because it's a spoiler. But they've done one thing in this movie that I commend them on, but I don't think it landed as well as it needed to. When you see the film, I think you'll know what I'm referring to, and that's just kind of my take on it. It's something that I feel they've wanted to build and they've wanted to really flesh out, but I just don't think it hit as hard as it wanted to, and I do think that that's a little underwhelming. I don't think it was bad by any means, but it was just a little underwhelming how a certain moment played out. So that
he's talking about how John dies.
That's all I can really talk about without spoilers, but again, I don't think it was anything bad or anything close to that. Plugging John Wick 4 into the Moist Meter, I'm so happy to give this a 95%. I think this is an absolute must-see movie. This is a movie that is just beyond exciting to watch. It is like non-stop, super fun, beautiful, excellent, over-the-top action with a really great cast of characters that all get amazing moments to shine and really pretty shots. There's some really nice shots in here as well that I'd like to point out. I love this movie. I think it is the best in the franchise. So yeah, I highly recommend it. That's about it. So yeah, as most of you know.
And upon rewatch, besides the first one, the fourth one is so good on rewatch. I genuinely like you often forget they introduce specific people in this film. You know, they introduce Akira, which is the Asian chick. You get introduced to Mr. Nobody. You get introduced to Kane. Like all these people, like where are they? Because they're meant to be allies. Well, I thought Ballerina was Akira. I thought that'd be it, the film about Akira, because it makes more sense. But not introduced a brand new fucking... Yeah. Also, I don't know if I picked up on it when I was watching Ip Man, but there's a specific fight where they reference Ip Man, because it's the way that Ip Man fights is just Donnie Yen using his fists again and again and again. He did that once. Yeah, I remember the punch. the punch into the cinemas, it was so loud. I'm just sad that Dog wasn't in this film as much. At least having him, and understand the third film he ran to the Bowery King, but we didn't see him. It's a bit sad. It's so weird. It's because when we watched this film in the cinemas, I was like, "Is that Bill Skarsgård?" And in the credits, you find out it's him. And upon rewatch, the exact same thing happens. Like, is that Bill Skarsgård? I do wish they explained some of these friends a bit more. You're just like, oh, he's in it. He dies. Yeah, I think the entire audience laughed when he fell down the stairs. It's like, oh fuck. Okay, this is what's happening. Now, what I want to do, I want to see if this works, is being in a app. The Tales of the War. I'm surprised how that fat Asian guy survived the first headshot.
Oh, shit. Okay, so John Wick, another fall, that's 4 stories. I think he fell belly first. I think anybody would be fucked up from that. Greetings, my name is Ken Ree, and I'm a former Korean Navy SEAL. During my time in active duty, I was an SDV operator, which is SEAL Delivery Vehicle. I was also part of our Special Missions Unit. I also got to deploy to Somalia twice. After my deployment, I got to go through US SEAL training, so the entire SEAL training pipeline from BUDS, JOTC to SQT, which is our SEAL qualification training course. So today, I'm going to review some...
Jesus, the music is louder than his fucking voice.
Scenes from the movie John Wick. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is a combination of combatives and also some shooting. I liked how John Wick, he used a wrist lock, and we do that a lot in the military. So whenever we have to capture an unknown or take him down, an unknown is basically somebody that we don't know is a terrorist or a hostage, or he could be in between. So we'll have to take that person down without firing our weapon, and usually we will employ a wrist lock, exactly what John Wick did. So he basically grabbed the wrist and threw him over his shoulder, and that was pretty legit, and that's something that we actually do.
With its mild taste and zero alcohol,
I hate
experience Listerine.
Study an RMIT
Especially when ads used to be a
course
1 ad to
designed
2
for
ads. Now it's like they can be
industry
fucking
by
5
with a
without
university
skipping.
that gives you the
I hate it.
skills and connections you need. Study at RMIT.
And YouTube's not worth it to buy
Apply
premium.
now.
It's too fucking expensive.
If you look at the shooting, sometimes the shooting is not just point and shoot. It's from the hip, and some people might call that unrealistic. No, that's pretty legit. Especially in close quarters, if you can't get the pistol up to eye level, you're gonna shoot from the hip. It's gonna be much quicker, especially at close range. You're not gonna be worried about accuracy too much. I mean, get the bullet out and try to hit him as best as possible. This scene's pretty cool with the knives. I like how he employs he uses the surroundings very well. Everything in his environment is a weapon. So he's grabbing everything he can, and he's just basically chucking the blades at the enemies. This is actually something that we do in the type of combat that I did. So this kind of mindset, I did Krav Maga, that's my base in terms of martial arts. Krav Maga is not really a traditional martial art. It's geared towards military. It's basically the Israeli combatives. And the mindset that we were trained in is we use our environment as much as possible. So if I got into a fight right now, this computer could be my weapon. This phone could be my weapon. If I had a blade in my pocket, obviously that would be a weapon. So everything that I could use in my environment would be a weapon. And that's exactly what John Wick did here. Fortunately, in this antique shop, he's got a huge collection of swords, blades, and that's what he did. So with throwing knives, okay, there's basically 2 ways to throw a knife. So it's not like you're holding a blade as you're in a knife fight. You actually turn it, and you're using your wrist to throw the blade. And that's basically used in very close quarters. Now, if you got some distance, what you want to do is you want to hold the blade just as if you were in a knife fight and throw it so it's going to rotate in. But the problem with throwing knives is that it's a hit or miss. I have experience both in the Korean SEAL teams and the US SEAL teams. I went through both training pipelines. In the Korean SEAL teams, we spend a lot more time in combatives. If I was in this antique shop, like I said, Krav Maga mindset, yes, I'd do the same thing as John Wick. Yeah, that's pretty legit too. I mean, if you're in a very close quarters combat situation and you have the opportunity to grab a guy and use him as a shield, yeah, you're gonna do that. Have we done that in combat? A similar situation would be on the battlefield. We would use dead bodies as cover. Yeah, to John Wick, the enemy was very close. He was on the ground. So as you can see, when he's throwing those knives at the enemy, it's basically not rotating in, but as I showed you before, it's just with the wrist action. The blade just goes through, basically flying to the target without rotation. All right, so the antique shop scene, very good scene. I like the combatives in there. I would give it a B in terms of realism. Yeah, I love these scenes in the clubs. I think it comes up in every John Wick movie, but again, he employed his pistol from the hip. Yeah, legit. It's what we do, especially in low profile and in very close proximity to people. All right, so a lot of times I see John Wick pull the weapon like this, okay? Now, is that right or wrong? Yes and no. So he's folding it in because he thinks he's in a very close environment or a close quarters environment. Now, the rule would be like, if I can go long, I would go long. If I can't, I would fold it in. Now, if John Wick, if he was in such a confined space that he can't go long, meaning that he can't extend, then yeah, you would have to fold it in, obviously. But in some of these scenes, he's just in a hallway and he can go long, but he doesn't go long. So that is something that we don't do. Like I said, you would obviously be much more accurate aiming this way than aiming this way. Now with this, if I'm too close to the handgun, the slide could fucking smack me in the face. So we don't want that. So I thought this was a good scene too. He tried to fire his weapon, the weapon didn't fire, so he had to reload in front of the bad guy. Yeah, that could happen. Usually when we do CQB, which is close quarters battle, we would normally operate with our carbine, an assault rifle. There are times, of course, that we would do CQB with a pistol, especially in low vis ops. But if we had a long weapon, which is a carbine, and it goes click, then I'll go straight to my sidearm. In this situation, he doesn't have a carbine or an assault rifle. He has a pistol, and it didn't fire. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna use hand-to-hand combat or blade, or like what he did, just reload in front of the bad guy. So it's kind of a process. If I had a long weapon, like a carbine, and it goes click, I go to my pistol. If I had a pistol and it goes click, I would go to my blade, if I had a blade. John Wick probably didn't have a blade, which is why he just went to a reload. What John Wick did here, he decided to just reload in front of the bad guy. That's because the bad guy is somewhat neutralized. But yeah, he made the right decision here, reloaded in front of his face and neutralized the enemy. All right, John Wick landed on his back. In this scene, I would say it's very unrealistic. I've fallen on my back before, and it was probably at a height about 2 meters, knocked the wind out of me. I couldn't move for a few seconds, and I know how painful it is. So at this height, to be able to walk away from that right away, yeah, unrealistic. I think the combatives and the shooting was done well. Aside from him, he kept folding the weapon in, even in the hallways, even when he could go long, and the fall was unrealistic, so I give it a combination of a C. Now, in the military and special operations, we employ vehicles. They're called tactical vehicles, and yes, we do shoot from vehicles. Normally, we would have a driver and a separate gunner. Now, John Wick is always a guy that likes to fight alone, so he has to do everything by himself. He's got to drive and shoot at the same time, which is very difficult. Yeah, not very realistic, especially with him being able to take some accurate shots. Now, in terms of shooting through glass, yeah, you can shoot through glass, definitely. Now, I've shot through glass before, and I was not able to hit the target because the glass deflected the bullet. So you would have to take in account of how the glass is gonna affect my bullet when I'm gonna shoot through glass. So this vehicle shooting scene, I would give it a combination of a D. Okay, so in this scene, John Wick, it seems like he has a lot of cover, but he doesn't. None of the obstacles here stops bullets. So basically it can be used as concealment, but not cover. Concealment will hide you, but not stop bullets. Cover will stop bullets, and that's the difference. So obviously a lot of these obstacles here are made of glass, and you can shoot through them. You can probably even see through them. If I was in this situation, I think I would have been a lot more tactile about this. Everyone's different, every operator is different. I don't like to rely on luck when I do my operations, and the reason being is that even if you are the most trained, badass operator in the world, you can get killed by a 16-year-old with no training, and that has happened before. You know, a tier 1 operator getting killed by some teenager off the street, some gang member. Why does that happen? Shit luck. So I would give a rating of a D. To go up the stairs, I have limited visibility. I don't know what's up on the deck. I don't know what's in the rooms on that deck. If I was in that situation and I was able to fight my way up the stairs and take down 4 bad guys very quickly, those 4 bad guys would probably be very poorly trained. If those 4 bad guys were properly trained, yeah, that wouldn't happen. Okay, we see this kind of movement in movies a lot. So John Wick is hiding behind a wall. He's got his shoulder against the wall, and basically when he fires, he'll just turn his entire body and try to shoot. That's normally not how we do it. If there was a wall in front of me and I'm gonna use it as cover, I'm actually gonna have my weapon pointed towards the wall, and if I need to fire, I'm just gonna cant so that I can fire and limiting my exposure and just getting my weapon to be exposed so I can take accurate shots. And you can see with the bad guy, he's doing the same thing. He's looking this way, looking that way. He doesn't have the weapon up. He's exposing his shoulder every time he does that. So it's not tactically proficient. Oh shit, okay, so John Wick, another fall, that's 4 stories. I think he fell belly first. Let me see that again. Yeah, so he just jumped out the window, you know, kind of like head first, and it looks like he landed on the van on his stomach. I think anybody would be fucked up from that. I would give it a combination of a D. Okay, it looks like John Wick has a special suit that is bullet resistant, low caliber bullets. Obviously, if you need to stop some high caliber bullets like a 7.62 armor piercing rounds, you're going to need hard plates. Now, John Wick had a special suit, but when he got shot in the gut, you can see blood. And a stomach shot is a very painful shot, hard to treat, and a very catastrophic wound. So I would give this rating a D. Okay, so John Wick fights this big ass fat guy. The moves that he did, yeah, pretty legit. You can see John Wick, he goes for the neck, the throat, the balls, and the fat guy is still standing like that. Now, is that possible? Yes, it's possible. You know, I've gone into street fights and I actually dug my fingers into the guy's eyes, like all the way inside the eyes. And I dug my fingers in as deep as possible, and the fucker still kept on fighting. And why does that happen? A lot of it has to do with adrenaline. Like, you are so amped up, the opponent is so amped up that he doesn't feel pain. When I was in Ukraine, when one of my teammates was shot, he didn't even know that he got shot until we told him, because he was about to bleed out. It is possible that your opponent won't feel pain and won't be taken down easily, even though you're hitting the pressure points. Now you can see John Wick shot him multiple times, and initially the fat guy didn't even feel those bullets. Shooting somebody in the head or a vital organ, we call that a kill switch, and basically a brain would be a kill switch. You shoot him in the head, through the brain, he will go down.
But he gets up.
I thought the fat guy died when John Wick popped him in the head from above, which is a 100% kill shot. He should not have been able to get back up. He did in the scene, so John Wick shot him again and did the finishing kill. That isn't very realistic. A 100% kill shot. He should not have been able to get back up. He did in the scene, so John Wick shot him again and did the finishing kill. That isn't very realistic, unless the bullet was a very low caliber bullet. Maybe if it was a 22 and didn't penetrate hard enough to kill him, yeah, that would be possible. So it depends on what kind of round it was, but John Wick, he's always very prideful of the weapons that he uses, and that does not look like a low caliber weapon. So this scene here, probably one of the most realistic scenes. I give that an A. Okay, so we have another bike scene here. Again, I thought it was very unrealistic, just because of the amount of opponents that John Wick had. Now, the moves that John Wick is doing while he's riding the bike. He's driving the bike, he's got a pistol in one hand, he's firing, and he's also doing combatives. Now, is that possible? Yeah. I mean, if he can ride the bike well, John Wick has a shitload of bad guys on his ass, and for none of them to be able to take John Wick down, like I said before, they gotta suck really bad for this to happen. So in terms of realism, I would give this a D. I personally enjoyed all the movies from John Wick 1 to 4, and you also have to remember the movies are not meant to be 100% realistic. So great job to Keanu Reeves for working really hard to make this happen, and I hope you all enjoyed the movies as well. Thanks for watching. I'm Lieutenant Ken Ree.
It's so weird how nonchalant he's about, oh yeah, I kill these guys, use dead bodies as shields. Like, that's kind of like, oh, okay. Like I feel like warfare will be just history to him. Oh, so it's not gonna automatically do it. No, it is automatically gonna do it. Alright, let's play. I'm gonna play to 1, maybe. Still, I need to watch 3 hours worth of fucking a show, but it's fine. It's like a 3-hour film. It's like watching John Wick 4.
반갑습니다. 락세요 민들입니다. 저번에 라이프 소개 영상 그냥 입수하라 그러면 제가 입수할게요. 입수.
Something about Asians being badass makes me like. It makes sense because, like unlike us, where like, oh, combat isn't really a thought process we have, and maybe in America it's like, oh, I only need a weapon. I only need a gun to defend myself. But majority of Asia, you know. Like, if you go to China, there's gonna be people, maybe not insanely talented behind Kung Fu, but that stereotype that every Asian knows martial arts is somewhat true, you know? Like, if you go to China, there will be like, oh, I did Kung Fu for maybe a year. I'm still doing it, I'm a black belt. I had one lesson, that's it, you know? Like, it differs, but it's like, it's true, you know? And the thing is, I'd love to do martial arts if it was like a dance. I mean, training is like a dance. Like, the training sequences you see in these films and these shows are realistic. But not the fights. The fights are just over-exaggerated training. To an extent. I don't even know on my team though. I need to start with my L, go to Verso, and then Monaco. Okay, I'm here. Clair Obscur took fucking 6 years to develop. Insane. I don't like this guy. He's just like, oh, this. I don't like him. I'd like a John Wick 5, but it shouldn't come out until like at least like 2028. You know, have 4 marinate, because 3 did. 3 marinated for fucking like 4 years. Because 3 came out only 2 years after 2. That's not a lot of time. Because Ballerina came out 2 years after 4, and I feel like 4 just came out. John Wick 1 was 2014, so it was a 3-year interval. So like, I would love a John Wick 5, but it would need to be at least 2027, 2028 to make it be impactful. Sure, they can start working on it now, sure, by any means, but make it release later. And like, if you still want to do John Wick stories, you don't need to necessarily make it live action. Like with the Continental, it works. It works because it's about a young Winston. But like, people would want to see Keanu Reeves, so legit make an animation or 3D animation game like fucking Cyberpunk, make it hyper realistic. And just do it like that. Alright. Let's do CL. Okay, let's just talk to everyone. Let's put on a song. So many people upgraded. I like this motif.
Years and you've never defeated an Axel.
That's right.
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to 0?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different. Story time?
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
All right. Let me think.
Okay, I'm gonna share something really dark with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please, do share.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like an old man. Luckily, the Gestrel village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Lucky.
So that means his hair doesn't grow, right?
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Never mind. I was wrong.
Purple could be fun.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me to remember them by. Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21. Her parents did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to make. The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live. And every year you wait...
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie, said it best. She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them. See? Dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
Though Verso's story was rather lacking, CL appreciates Verso slightly more than before. CL and Verso spent a bit too long teasing each other before going back to the others.
Lune. Okay. We'll, talk later then.
No. I haven't seen your charger.
My fellow night owl.
Night owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
Well, you guys don't go to the bathroom.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
Speaking of puzzles.
And what's your current puzzle?
The talking Neverons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl? Why can't you sleep?
Oh, you know, weight of the world, a tortured soul, things like that.
Oh, a funny night owl. Come on, I just shared with you.
You did, didn't you? Feels nice sharing, huh?
Mm-hmm. Feels even nicer when people reciprocate.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped. Now it's just this oppressive void.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
So does this mean I can watch you sleep?
No, that'd be creepy.
Right.
Verso flashes a grin at Luna, and Luna can't help but smile back. The world feels a little brighter when they're together. Are they setting up Verso to be with fucking every girl in this fucking game? I swear. Lucy can't restrain herself from talking to asking Verso. Back to the others. Thanks to Verso's answers, Luna understands Chroma better than before. Huh. From talking to them we get powers? I didn't know that.
Ready for the axons? Of course you are.
First I purchased my hour with a long leg.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. Yeah. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
Yeah. Your arrival must have caused quite a bit of concern.
Panic's probably a better word. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, but that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Some more than others.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Case in point.
Even Gustav's.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird.
I miss Gustav, man. Gustavo, my boy. How far are they gonna... There we are.
What did you do in Lumiere? Ciel was a farmer, Lune was a researcher, Gustav was an engineer. What about you?
Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
Yeah.
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
Mel starts to open up to Verse. She feels more comfortable with him. As does Verse with Mael. Dippy. Mael and Verso spend more time reminiscing about the past, then head back to the others. It's so weird because they're all around the fire.
Heskey.
I'm stinking mad.
About Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Lenoir's not being Lenoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too. enjoying the stars?
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
Yeah, it's not grumpy enough. It needs to look a bit more cranky.
He's not grumpy. He's just sad. He misses Clair.
Ah.
What the fuck's that?
Francois used to be all wee, but now he's all.
Ryan said that exact quote to me last night. That's so fucking funny.
We?
Yes. Wee! Back in the day, when there was nothing in the world except the four of us flying around on adventures.
So is he like a god?
Ah, I see. And, woo?
Yeah. Centuries go by without your best friends. That's gonna make you go.
How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the.
You might say you're a bit, wee-woo there.
You really get me, Urso.
I'm a bit, wee-woo myself. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
Oh, he's patting his head.
Hey, that one looks a little like Minoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Also in SK, I feel the bond deepen after this meaningful interaction. Big Mac. Mark off Big Mac. They spend more time looking at the stars, saying they look like they look like things they absolutely do not look like. SK's nonsense inspires versa. Another gradient attack? God damn. Then head back to the others.
I'm sorry, mon vieux. We'll bring Noko back.
I know.
I'm ready. Just say the word.
When the time is right. After we've settled this.
Also approaches Minoko, who's carefully cleaning his nephron legs.
Polishing your collection of nav legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, I too find the
Jesus.
legs of our enemies to be
Terrifying.
beautiful.
Yes, I knew you would appreciate them. You, sir, are a true connoisseur of elegant weaponry.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
I love Monaco, bro.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're a Nevron, and you see me.
I just don't know, what's this fucking log backpack about?
Charging toward you. Brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. Or for the smell and the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Mia.
Funny. Doesn't seem to work for you against stalacts, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Pah! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a stalact.
Perfect. In that case, want to go intimidate some stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
I've missed you. Alright then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
As they polish their Nevron legs, Minoka exuberantly bellows a war chant. And bullies Verso to sing along. They sing together with great gusto. It's fucking hilarious. When it comes over to shutdown, what ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally head back to the others. They finally finish and head back to the others. Bruh.
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon?
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to zero?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mayel's different.
Verso approaches CL, who seems open to talking.
Here to make amends for your terrible story?
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence then that Renoir has a similar scar.
Mael's right. You really do see everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Well, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
I was just thinking that.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's a story for another time. The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I knew it.
See, I appreciate that Verso open up to her. She feels closer to Verso now. Did she learn something? Zerso. CL and Verso switch to Celia's topics for a few minutes before heading back to the others. Let me double check if we can't do...
Okay. Yeah. Lune. Okay. Well, ready for the axons? I'm sorry, mon vieux.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time is right.
Esky. About.
Dad?
He's not.
$57? Jesus. It's been a bit since I came back here. When do we get them? Don't think I need to upgrade anything anymore, to be honest.
What?
writes about Old Lumiere and how the city was actually transported from the continent to the ocean.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? What a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when he told me.
No, you're lying, right?
She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
Cute. What can I do? Swim through the coral reefs. Reefs. This gear can now take you to the continent from any expedition flag. So I can teleport now. Cool. Oh, the door. No. Like, legit, there's no way in hell. I'm like, every time. I'm not fucking want that here. It always fucking pushes it up. Every time. Like, I don't think I'll ever play, but I understand Baldur's Gate 3 is like widely received as like one of the best games ever made, but like, I feel it's too big of a game for me to play. A game like Red Dead, sure, it's massive story, like straight story, but apparently Baldur's Gate, there's so many different fucking things you can do. Let's have a bath. I probably one of the easiest ads to fucking make.
Interesting.
But how? With someone who refuses to talk. We don't even share the bonds of grief anymore. She walks her path, and I walk mine. I don't exist to her. None of us do. She's left us all behind to drown by ourselves so that she can drown alone.
We're slowly but surely opening every door. Right? Yeah. Is there... Alright, got a solid hour left.
Spill some ink.
Time to bleed. Careful now.
Ready to parry. Time to hit big. Flames rain. Monocle parry.
The R2 parries are easy. Ooh. Reach level 33. That's the title of the game. That's right. She's getting fucking married today. Mad invite.
Interesting.
Armand, Expedition 42. It's been 2 weeks, and still no word from Freya or Olivier. They've never missed a check-in before, no matter how exciting their find. Oh, my friends, I hope the end was swift. The grandest exhibit is likely our last. But as Olivier would say, it is also our grandest. I wish you were here, making that joke for the 1000th time. I'm proud of our work. We've pieced together so much. I just wish we had more time. The Gommage is still a few months away. Perhaps I can make one last trek. If you're reading this, my unknown future friend, I hope the information we've gathered helps you find answers. We've done what we could, in the hopes that you will prevail. Tomorrow comes.
Okay, so I turned the wrong way. I was like, is this not? No, it's not. Bam 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 ba dam bam bam ba dam ba. Oh, is he talking about this? Ah, okay. Okay, I see what you want to do. Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum.
Ready.
Time to hit big.
Let's carve a path. Violence. Your turn. Likes you.
Damn it.
On me.
Got it.
Damn it.
Let's carve a path.
On me. Let's start. Ready to tear.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Why are the fucking powers so fucking weak? You're level 10. I expect your power to at least be at 600. You know what I mean? Counted. It's so weird, like we can't even use the gradient charges.
My turn. Violence.
I forgot to do this. Because he's so fucking many now. I don't think I did it.
Nice.
This is good, but I'd rather have more health than speed. Do I have an old enemy attack on? Single tag. Okay, I do have that. Okay. Right. Now it's time to fucking move on. This love is full of pain. This love is lost in pain. You can fast travel just by going back to the continent from here. Pretty fucking cool. There. pretty cool. Okay, that's Visage's. Okay, let's go to Visage's then. Let's go swim, swim.
Let us get wet.
Hey, what? There's a... Oh, I thought that was a massive fish. Where is she? Oh shit, she's right there. Look at her. She's actually moving. That's insane. I'm assuming this is the size.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Are those faces?
An infinite sea of them.
Were they living beings, or was it just randomly carved like that?
Good stuff.
Ooh.
Is the island singing?
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
So the audio they can hear. $69.
What's it doing?
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Is there a fucking boss back there?
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touché. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
I'm confused. Wait, there's fucking 4 paths to go down. Oh, 3? 4, let me see this. Fucking invitation. That's a big face. I legitimately so confused.
Useful.
I'm assuming you can go everywhere.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction. But this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
on the repellents. I think I did that a bit late.
Let's carve a path.
What the hell? I did it. The hell?
Ready to strike.
They're fighting each other for.
Time to bleed. Let's carve a path. This will hurt. Bring it on.
Come. Oh, wow, wow.
Your turn to dance.
Too fucking late. I don't know how to do that on time.
Didn't really need it.
Lovely.
Can't fucking do that. Double burn. Another door.
An advantage.
Verso. Huh.
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you. Art.
So obviously going right and wrong. I wish they got. Are we eventually gonna get all the doors unlocked? Is that where this is leading up to? Masks seems to enter the axon. It speaks. You cannot fight fate. Behind his scowl, emotions blaze, but in the shadows, his temper fades. What am I but a mask of? Nothing happens. Leaving.
Your time to shine.
Fuck. He's inverted me.
Your
What the hell? I'm doing that, but it's not fucking working anymore.
It likes you.
What the hell? pressing R2. Nothing's happening.
Ready to strike.
Never broke that. Couldn't fucking do anything.
Your turn to shine. Sweet taste of
I just wanted my health back.
Did you hear that?
That was the Axon.
Destroying these masks seems to hurt him.
Then let's keep doing that.
Okay. I'm gonna hop off now. I went to on the right path. I was on the right side path. There's two other paths I think I need to do. Oh, this is the plaza flag. Bummer. Oh shit. There was still a spot we haven't done yet. In that one area. So double back to you right now. That's strong. Before as well. I'd never use guard up. Alright, let's do this. Let's go back through there quickly. I'm doing wrong. I'm doing the exact same thing every other time it's landed.
Ready to strike. Not impressed.
Never mind. Because of that one, I'm getting hit. We didn't get double XP. It's not double XP, no. There was something down here I missed. Dude.
Let's spill some ink.
Sweet taste of battle. Your turn to dance.
What the hell?
That's brilliant.
How many attacks? Jesus. Hey.
place.
I did the thing I wanted to do. Because I was like, if I hopped off, I would have forgotten about that. Some of these are good, but I want more health as opposed to more attack. Even better, the ones with like a lot of each, you know? So it'd be cool like setting up fucking luminers, but like I don't care about half of them. Do I have Dodger? Not for you. Yeah, I do. What's the one where I get... I have dead energy on. But what's the one every time I dodge or get a perfect dodge, I could have sworn I have... Stand corrected. What do I want? Let's do that. I'll put off defensive mode, that's kind of fucking annoying. Let's do that, because we tend to do them now. As well. Let's see if I can go back. Let's just do this fire bucket. Holding it down does it? See what this looks like. The thing is, these guys are still leveling up when I'm not using them. Because actually coming in clutch, because I don't need to rely on going back and forth, changing my build. Sure, I'd rather use CL with my L and Verso the entire time. Even though Luna has insane attacks, Verso's break attack is just the best. Let's see if I can actually go through the mouth again, because that'd be funny. Because I don't think it's designed to do that, but let's see if you can. I understand if it can't, because like, but if it does, that'd be cool. No, we can. That's cool. I'm glad the devs put that in. Because that means it's not like a dead end area where you have to, when you accidentally go here, you have to do it. Okay, so I'm going to go through each area of now, because there's 4 paths. One of them means that you have to defeat the axe, and I think because all these masks make that boss harder. Like, I would go down there and check it out, but part of me thinks I can defeat it already because I'm relatively strong. See, these guys leveled up even though I fucking never use them. Bang, bang, bang. Okay. Maybe another night I have to use my fucking headphones. You know, like, I would still go on for another hour normally, but I need to watch 2 episodes of a show, and it's an hour and a half each episode, so it'll be done by 4. The earliest, if I started now. Like... It's legit. I think the final episode is as long as Bring Her Back. Genuinely. Also, how I don't really understand the science behind TV shows and movies where, like, a movie, when it's an hour and a half runtime, it finishes sometimes quick, but then a TV show that has an hour and a half runtime, it feels long, even though it's the same in length, but it still feels like it still feels like it. I don't know if it's because the scenes are longer, because sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're shorter. They just have more scenes in them. And like, if you equate, to be fair, like, an episode of The Continental's budget probably was like a fraction of the first John Wick film, you know? I wonder how budgets like that work. Do they have an episode budget, or is it like the entire thing has a thing, bang, do it? Because I know in standard TV, like with the Arrowverse and like other like sitcoms, each actor or whatever has like an episode salary. You know, like, got to the point where, like, Grant Gustin got over, like, 200 to 300 grand per episode. That's kind of why the quality diminished. Whilst he got more money, the quality diminished. And I think as an actor, sure, you want more money, but, like, as an actor, I think you should do what's best for the project, because I know for a fact, was it Hugh Jackman? Like, what was it? Hugh Jackman made his regular salary or his paycheck much less to make the film, to fund the film. more. He got a shit ton of money anyway. So I think the same thing happened with Keanu Reeves with one of the films he did. And then I think what's it that the last Heath Ledger film that was after Dark Knight, the actors who came in like Colin Farrell and all that, they just didn't get any money, and the money they were paid went to Heath Ledger's child's just education and other areas of life. Three actors' paychecks. To be fair, they're playing one character, so I don't know if their paycheck was for the one character split into 3 people, or if it was 3 different paychecks or whatever. But was it 4 paychecks? Because Keith Ledger was still worked on it. I don't know. I need to research that. But yeah, we got a trophy tonight. That surprised me. To be fair, we started playing the game a bit too late. We just played it and watched YouTube for an hour and a half. Oh, this is a lie, this photo right here. It's Gustav, it's not Verso. Let me look this up again. Is this already out? No, it comes out. What? I'm gonna save money pre-ordering it? Like, this is being boasted everywhere. Really? They just say, damn. But what if... When does it come out? Shit, that's soon. Gonna need to get this game done sooner rather than later. Apple Pay? You can use Apple Pay on here? What the fuck? How would that work? Yeah, how would Apple Pay work? Yeah, how the fuck would Apple Pay work? Because usually Apple Pay, you use your phone and you just double click and use your face. That's what Apple Pay is. Can I go to purchase settings? No. Can I go to payment methods? What? My card's there. I wanted it because I know where Borderlands is coming out. Is it an AR game? Holy fuck, when did that become that price? The Pandora's box wasn't 200, it was like 180. And everyone's like, that's a fucking scam and a half, because it's like, this comes with every game. But it also comes with New Tales. Does it come with Wonderlands? Like, it shouldn't have released, because you can just buy each copy of the game for the newer consoles. Because it's not going to be a PS5 version of Borderlands 1. It's going to be the PS4 version. You know what I mean? Like, there's no PS5 version of Borderlands 2 or Borderlands pre-sequel. If there is, that'd be cool. But still, yeah. I think it's unavailable now because it's fucking, you can't use it. Oh, never mind. Because I didn't buy the DLCs individually. Yeah, Borderlands 4 is just a fun game to play. Borderlands 3. Stories like that's Borderlands 3 is like the gameplay saves the game. Like if the gameplay wasn't there. Yeah, this is coming out in less than 3 months. In less than 3 months. And no, you can't pre-order it at all. Which makes me believe they're not going to do pre-orders until like fucking August. Which is gonna be bullshit because I want to pre-order this game because Ghost of Yote, I think. Yeah, Ghost of Yote. That comes out barely a month. Borderlands comes out before Ghost of Yote. I think I could be able to get Borderlands 4 done before Yote's out. Just depends how often I play. Because Ghost of Yote is easily my most hyped game of the year. Because it's Ghost of Tsushima 2 and I fucking love Ghost of Tsushima. I would assume down the road there's gonna be a Ghost of fucking... I don't know, Ghost of Okinawa. Even though Okinawa is not technically Japan. It's like... It's kind of the equivalent of Taiwan and China. You know, like... China wants Taiwan to be China, but then Okinawa doesn't see itself as Japan. What other games coming out this year? Doom was the biggest game to come out this year thus far. Wolverine, that was a game that was announced to be, I think everyone I believe it was coming out last year, but I thought it was a 2024 game. I mean, it sounds as a game I still need to fucking play. What am I blanking? The only new games I played recently were Black Myth, Sonic X Shadow, and Marvel Rivals. Every other ones was like game. Then Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin, they were new. So was Alone in the Dark and Avatar. I need to get back into Avatar soon. Whenever I'm gonna be watching Avatar, I think I'll just go back into the game as just a byproduct. Also, I would want to go back to Doom Eternal, replay the game for the that thing, do the online shit. Because I'm assuming doing the Dark Ages we'll get DLC trophies, and I'll do that. And I want to replay the game on Ultra Nightmare to get those 2 skins. It's so... Doing the Dark Ages just felt like a blur to me. Like, Spadar hasn't even finished it, I don't think. Like, I think he needs to release, like, I don't know, a tweet or something, be like, yes, I finished the game. However, I didn't record it. I don't know if that's like, it's not worthy of being recorded because he's played so many games over the years that are like good that he hasn't done for YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, he would have played, he played Red Dead 2, he played, I would think he would check out Clair Obscur because everyone is giving that game praise. That's just a thing, like, for a gamer, like a gamer YouTuber, what does he, like, well, what do you do throughout the day? Genuinely, like, what do you do? Genuinely, what do you fucking do throughout the day? Do you just play a game for the entire day? Or do you, like, because he has to worry about his coffee and, like, because I know people like Moist Critical, like, he lives, sure, it's kind of a bit, kind of depressing to an extent, he can just decide to stream 10 hours to play a game beginning to end, essentially. He did that with Doom. And, like, he's just gonna, because he owns an esports team which makes money by themselves, essentially, so he gets kickback from that. He has a bunch of other endeavors, and he's basically living the ideal gamer life. Streams basically every day, doing whatever the fuck he wants, plays whatever game he fucking wants. I commend him for that. And he's like me, he goes to cinemas to watch any movie he wants to. Sometimes he's in it by himself like me. But the difference between him and I is that he has more money to okay, let's just go to see this film. What the fuck is Anime Girl's Fantasy Desire? Didn't people ooh, what is Complete Edition? That's right, they released a VR version. What is the Complete Edition include? Oh, and they need to release either a full-fledged game of that or a sequel. Why is this fucking 90 fucking bucks? This is legitimately such a shit game. Ooh, with Cyberpunk songs? I like Supremes in it. That's a VR game, that's a bit pos. Never fade away. What a thing of beauty. I know. Will never fade away. I guess that'd be cool to like Oh, there's no kicks. Oh, you sound like it's in VR. That's pretty cool. Alter Bridge. Ginger. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. There's like some big heavy hitters. What's the, oh, boring. Give me some, like, fucking Trivium or fucking, you know, Metallica, Undertale. What is this? Is that Satchel? Is that fucking Satchel? Ain't no way that would be Satchel. It is Satchel. It is fucking Satchel. Oh my god. But what's on the in the base game? Is this what I think it is? Wait. Let me look this up. Anime Girl's Fantasy Desire. Oh, it has a rating of fucking 1.8. Genres pornographic. Is this really G? They must have changed it. Bruh. I thought it was Vanos Gaming. I was like, if he was playing it. Oh, that's an AI voice. Ew. Bro, how, like, it's legitimate they just found, like, Bloodborne assets. Put tits on it and called it a day. I fucking hate how they make TV shows a sequel, you know? like calling Cobra Kai season 6 Cobra Kai 6. Like, you don't call fucking, let's say, Game of Thrones season 4 Game of Thrones 4. It's just cringe. I've noticed this be a thing in the past like 5 years, and I hate it. Because, like, don't treat this like as a movie, because it's not. That is, I think, way too much. Way too fucking much. Getting over $400,000 for a commercial? That just doesn't make any sense. From someone who fucking edited ads. That didn't get anywhere close to that number. That doesn't fucking make any sense. I don't I hate we've come to the point in the entertainment industry where we've gotten to the point where we pay for the face as opposed to pay for the work. Because there are people who work way more hours than the actors. You know, look at the music area, the audio area, the editors, the graphic designers. I can guarantee you they work way more and more hours, more days than the famous cast. And they don't get paid the expenses to travel. Like you being an unknown actor, they pay you to fly you to set and back. It doesn't make sense since you're already getting a shit ton of money. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost to the point that you're not even needing money if they give you shit like that so much. Oh my fucking god. No wonder there's so many fucking actors. People can get thousands upon thousands of dollars just from shooting like barely for an hour one day 4 years ago. Like, and this is an unknown actor. There's gonna be a shit ton of actors you don't even know that make way more money than you would think. they say getting actors paid fairly, but paying them thousands upon thousands of dollars just being there before doing any work, I don't think that's being paid fair. I think it's been like put a bulk of that money into the other areas of, because that would make the people who become actors actually want to act and not think of the money. Because there's a shit ton of actors that genuinely don't give a shit about acting. They just do it for the money. Look at fucking Gal Gadot. She's a shit actor. She's just in it for the paycheck. But then you see like John Bernthal, who never started acting. He just wanted to be a fucking football player, and he became highly successful. And he's a good fucking actor. $38,000 for barely 6 weeks is insane. I make barely 10 grand a year. And that didn't even include everything else. Fuck. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Well, that's the thing. When it comes to acting, those who don't know how to memorize lines tend to fixate on the lines, because it, like, I have, when I do scripts for YouTube, I write them because I know what I'm going to say, but then when I record it, it's roughly going to be the same or not. Like, there are directors who just want the words you say done, and that's a lot of those projects. There's a lot of cuts. Like, look at Big Bang Theory. The amount of times, like, Sheldon does a massive line, then it cuts to Leonard, and it cuts back to him. That's a different take every time. A different. Sure, there are some movies, like, I would assume, like a Chris Nolan, a Tarantino, when they a certain fucking word, like to or once, or some very small word that makes English sound make more sense. Sure, maybe that's when your memorization can kick in. But sometimes people have to learn it like a song. They have to, like, do it on a beat, and that's how they memorize it. But then again, I can learn lyrics relatively easily, but that's just because it's set in a way. But that's the thing, when it's said in a way, I can be like, oh, I can do these words now. You know what I mean? Because, like, any song I probably can do the vocals of, I can just say randomly. Like, end of passion play, crumbling away. You're my source of self-destruction. I don't actually know all the lyrics. Taste me USC, more is all you need. Something. Master of Puppets, pulling your strings. You know what I mean? Like, you can put it into a song, and then you'll know the words. Just because you know that simple rhythm. Like, I wanted to be an actor when I was a very, very young lad, but that's when I found guitar, and, like, music seems more less ambitious, because there's more actors than musicians. There will always be more actors than musicians. There's a lot of musicians as actors, but there's a lot of actors more than musicians. At least trying to be successful musically. And I think if you're a successful musician, you're, I think, better than an actor, because you can be like, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm not held down to a massive industry besides maybe like a label or some other, like, touring schedule or whatever. Like, if you look at Ed Sheeran, someone like that he'll be like, oh, let me go here this time of the year because I want to visit there, see a friend, and do a couple shows. Bang. And sure, he'll make money, but majority of the time, when people tour, they tour in a place they want to visit and look around. When Slipknot's in Australia, they always, like, go to the zoo and fucking, you know, go around. Remember when they were here for the first, not first, I saw them go to the zoo, see all the koalas and shit. It's pretty funny. Anyways, let me hop off. I need to hop off now because I need to watch 3 hours. 3 fucking hours. Be done by 5. Alright. How did I get here? Looked up something before. I forget what I looked up. No, I know what I looked up. I looked up that weird game. Anyways, we're done. See